Testing 1, 2, 3. When I
Please take your call to take your place. We're gonna start. Good evening. Welcome to the CLEM committee meetings. Today is Monday, October 2nd, 2023. I would like to call to order the meetings. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
here.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Council President Marino will be here a little later. So at this time, I would like to have a motion to approve the minutes of the meetings on September 11th.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
At this time, I would open for public comments. If there is anyone in chamber that would like to come before to talk about any documented item, it's time now to come to the podium and you will state your name and address.
Good morning. My name is Berj Zobian. I live at 153 Wheeler Avenue.
Excuse me, sir, do you see the green buttons?
I think it's on, yeah. So I live on Wheeler Avenue in Cranston in Edgewood with my wife and 5 children, but 2 are out of town. So I'm here to appeal. I'm on a docket to appeal my Mercedes that was damaged from a pothole and a manhole back in 24 July. And I could not make the 11 September meeting. Actually, I was on a board meeting myself. And I just flew in 45 minutes ago from San Francisco. So I just off the plane, went home, changed the shirt. So thank you for the council people and councilmen, councilwomen to serve the community. Been living in Edgewood for about 19 years. We lived in Richmond before, Richmond, Rhode Island. My art gallery used to be on Federal Hill on Atwells Avenue, and about 3 years ago, I moved down to stone throw away from Patuxent Village. So living in Edgewood, what I do is daily, 5-6 days a week, instead of taking Warwick Avenue, which is Warwick actually, to Park Avenue to go to Wheeler, because we're in Edgewood, I always cut through the back, and I've been doing this for many years. So back on July 24th, I'm driving my Mercedes, which is in very good shape. If you go out, you look at the window, it's in perfect shape. There's a pothole, big pothole, and a manhole that's sticking out. So I made a turn. This is on Sheldon Street in Patuxent Village, right on the ocean, between Ford Avenue and Broad Street. And I was going maybe 7, maybe 8 miles an hour, not even. And my car, the bottom right side of the bottom of the car, bottomed out. Not bottomed out, it hit it. And then it went like that. And I went out and I saw part of my front end thing stuck in the manhole. So immediately I took it to the gas station, my service repair shop. It was a major damage. The subframe had to be replaced. The arm thing had to be replaced, the CV joint, constant velocity joint. Long story short, now I've been seeing this pothole and manhole for many years. And what I try to do is I try to go in the middle, because if you go to the right, you can damage the other, and I go slow. But what has happened because of the rain table and being on the ocean, the pothole has gotten more sunken in, and the manhole sticks out. So you have a situation where, you've got from the top of the manhole to the lowest part of the pothole was about 7-8 inches. Long story short, I was very upset. And I went to the police department the next day. I didn't realize I had to make a police report in Cranston Police Department. And they said there's a claims department with the city of Cranston, City Hall. And I filed that and, reported it. I don't have an official police report. The police dispatcher there told me that they don't want to come out to the scene because it was next day. But so long story short, I went back and I took pictures of it and I made the case with city council here. In addition, while I was taking pictures, I know a couple of families there because we're, a little united community there. They all came out saying, what's happening? What's this? They complained that that particular pothole and that particular manhole has always been a problem, especially in the winter. And they hear all the time people bottoming out and the plows come in and hit it and they go back and it's all these noises. So about half a dozen of the members on a Sunday afternoon, I'm a church board member in St. Bartholomew's in Providence, this thing keeps on coming down. On a Sunday afternoon in my suit, I put my boots on, I went to Lowe's, I picked up a can of yellow spray and I actually sprayed because the pothole was lower in many years. I sprayed the perimeter. And then other people in that neighborhood came out. They were very grateful. Then I've been talking to Miss Vanini, from the legal department here, and I felt bad doing something illegal to spray paint the floors. I just did it so nobody else could get hurt. So in fact, my friend Robert, who lives on Sheldon and Ford Avenue in the corner, his daughter's car totaled out by doing that 2 years ago. He never made a claim. So I took the pictures. I even put a 2x4 stick of wood from the manhole cover to the highest part of the street. And you could see, she has pictures there, that there's a big gap. Long story short, I called her and I reported it, tried to get transportation, and they finally came out and fixed it. I have pictures of that too. They filled the gap this much asphalt. The hole is about maybe 18 feet round. It's big. I feel that even though it's a temporary fix, I think that problem is going to come back because it's on the ocean, the water table is a hill, and eventually it's going to go down, which it's down, and a manhole sticking out. I think the Division of Highways, State of Rhode Island, is responsible for that, from what I understand, for the manhole. So I'm here to appeal the case that I was very disappointed and appalled that, the part of the decision was that maybe it's an old car and it's rotted. The car has always been garaged. It's a solid car. It starts up. It's not my only car. I have a Mercedes, another Mercedes. I have a BMW. And I'm not saying I'm a rich man, but I love German cars. And so I'm just here to appeal the case. It has cost me thousands of dollars. In fact, there's still an issue with the seatbelt thing, and I'm taking it to Fred's Auto House. It's a German place. It's been to Mercedes and Warwick a few times. I've gotten many parts. It's been a headache. So I'm finally getting to the end of fixing the problem, but it's cost me a lot of money. So I just would appeal that you would reconsider, and I would appreciate it. And
Thank you, Mr. We cannot answer you right now, so that's going to be discussed at the executive session.
oh, no problem. And thank you for your time. So thank you for serving too.
Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to talk on any docketed item this evening? Is there anyone online?
There is no public comment.
At this time, we go into close public comments. I would like to have a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
All right, so what is happening right now, if you're here for the next meeting, we will come back at this moment, we go into executive session. You don't need to leave, but we will come back after to continue the next meeting. I would like to have a motion to come out of the executive session.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilor Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilor Ferry,
Yes.
Councilor Donegan.
Yes.
Councilor Campiano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas. Council President Marino.
Yes.
So I would like to mention that Councilwoman President, Vice President, Lemis Vargas joined us at the executive session. She is present. At this time, I would like to have, we did make a vote at the executive session. I would like to have a motion to seal the minutes at the executive session.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilor Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilor Ferry,
Yes.
Councilor Donegan.
Yes.
Councilor Campiano.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
At this time, we have any docket in the agenda, so we would like to have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second. Second.
Any in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned.
All right, we will start the Safety Services meeting in 3 minutes. Good evening. I would like to bring the Safety Services and Licenses Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas. Present. Councilwoman Jermaine. Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Council President Reno.
Present.
Okay, I would like to have a motion to approve the minutes of the September eleventh and September twenty-fifth special meeting minutes approval. Do we have a second? Madam Clerk, any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Council Vice President Vargas. Yes. Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask if there's anyone in council chambers that would like to make any public comment on any docketed items on the agenda tonight. Would you please step forward and state your name and address for the record? So is there anyone here in council chambers that would like to comment on any docketed item? And I see that there's no one on Zoom.
Correct, there's no public comment.
Okay, so at this time, I would like to close public comment. Okay, next is committee business matters carried over. I would like to have a motion to continue all business in reference to Spot Bar and Grill that's on the agenda tonight be moved to the November Safety Services meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Council Vice President Vargas. Yes. Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
So also at this time, I'd like to have a motion to continue any business in reference to Seasons Corner Market be moved to December Safety Services meeting.
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Council Vice President Vargas. Yes. Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Okay, may I ask, is there anyone in the council chambers from Cafeology tonight? Seeing not, may I have a motion to continue business in reference to Cafeology on the agenda tonight be moved to November? Do we have a second? Any discussion? No discussion. Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any, may I ask, is there anyone in council chambers from Shake Shack this evening? Seeing not, may I have a motion to continue Shake Shack's business on the agenda tonight to the November Safety Services meeting?
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on Shake Shack being continued to November.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to, if there's anyone here from Baja's Fresh Grill?
Through the chair, those are renewals. They don't need. to be
Sorry,
there.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so the renewals in block 6. May I have a motion to take all of the renewals in block 6 as a block?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on block 6.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano, Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Okay, next are new matters before the committee.
Through the chair, you need to approve them as a block.
I'll make.
Sorry, and we need to approve that block. May I have a motion to approve the block?
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Next, we have new matters before the committee. We have a holiday sales license for Ophelia Express Store. Is there anyone here from Ophelia's? Would you please step forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record?
My name is Ophelia Freeman.
Or put the microphone down towards you. Yeah.
Yeah, Ophelia Freeman. Ophelia. Freeman.
And please speak directly into the microphone. Please tell us about your business and what your request is.
My business would be like, hair product, hair braiding hair. And a lot of different stuff like cream,
What would your hours of operation be?
from 8 in the morning to 9. 8 to 9. Yeah, from maybe 7 to 9.
7 days a week?
Yes, Council.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve? Any discussion from the committee or questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
You're all set. Thank you very much. Next, we have a victualling license new for Greg's Breakfast Restaurant. Is there anyone here from Greg's Breakfast Restaurant? Please step forward. State your name and address for the record, and please speak directly into the microphone.
Greg's Breakfast. Gregorio, I shop. ISCHOP. One for the business or my? Okay, A79 Dyer Avenue, Princeton.
Oh, could you please tell us a little bit about the business?
Sorry?
Tell us a little bit about the business,
Yes.
like what days you're open, what hours you're open.
Trying to open this month.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Trying to open this month.
Trying to open this month. What will your hours of operation be? Like what days you're going to be open, what hours?
I'm trying to open tomorrow by 6 o'clock to 2:30 PM.
7 days a week?
Yes.
A week. Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion or questions for the applicant from the committee?
Good evening. I just want to make sure, sir, you said your hours, you said tomorrow, but it's not tomorrow, right?
Oh,
You're
no.
just saying those are just your hours
Yeah.
from 8:30. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because if it gets approved, then it goes to the council at the end of the month.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions or discussion?
We're in safety service. Sorry, this one's all set, sorry, but I just wanted to make sure. Can he open tomorrow?
Rose, is this an existing business that's being sold?
I'd have to check. Give me a sec.
Are you buying an existing business and is that place open now
It was open when I bought it.
and you're going to reopen it?
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? We didn't vote yet. John sent him home.
John has spoken.
Madam Clerk, please take a vote on the license for Greg's Breakfast.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
You're all set. Congratulations. All right, next we have NHK LLC doing business as Hong Kong Buffet. Is there anyone here from Hong Kong Buffet? Please step forward. State your name and address for the record, and I'm gonna ask you a question, right, before you even start. Are you purchasing this business from the existing owners?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your name and address for the record?
My first name is Jie, last name Lin, Lin. Restaurant address 1776 Cranston Street in Cranston. You're welcome.
So you're gonna be basically continuing exactly what Hong Kong Buffet has been doing? Are you changing anything, changing your hours?
we're gonna change it to all day buffet, open 7 days a week. Restaurant hour on the weekday, Sunday to Thursday, probably 11 to 9:30, and Friday, Saturday, 11 to 10:30.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
Second,
Any discussion or questions from the applicant, from the committee? Sir,
Thank you, Chair. First, if this passes tonight, obviously, good luck. Your restaurant's, got a great reputation in our area. And,
Thank
certainly
you.
congratulate, retiring? No, no, too young to retire. But, wish you luck. My only, complaint I ever get, and it's not your fault or anything, is the trash along the bike path in the back of the restaurant. So just do your best to try to keep that clean, because I know it's a constant battle with people
Okay.
throwing bottles, and a lot come from the liquor store too, but just try to keep an eye on that.
Okay, yes,
Thank
sir,
you.
we
Certainly
will.
wish you luck.
Thank you.
okay, we'd like to wish you luck with your business.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Capiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council Vice President Marino.
Yes.
Council President Marino. Congratulations, you're all set. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay. We have no business engineer, no show cause, nothing from the police department, nothing from the fire department. Okay, and I would like to have a motion to take block 12 to vote on block 12 as a block.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on the block, on taking the block.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Capiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
May I have a motion to vote on the block?
motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just had a question. On the last page, the top says septic hauler license. Is there? That's gonna.
There's about 4 or 5 septic haulers that are renewing their license, and it's all approved by Public Works.
Okay, all right, just because they weren't listed, I didn't know if we normally listed them on there without having to click the link, but it's okay, all right,
Yeah, so I got asked most that earlier, question.
we're good, all right, thanks.
All righty. Any other discussion? Maybe in the future, we should list them all. I don't know. Would it be easier, easier to understand each one?
Sure.
All right. Okay, please, Madam Clerk, please take a vote on the block.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Capiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes,
Okay, I'd like to have a motion to accept the schedule for the roads on the Patuxent.
So moves.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Capiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
yes,
Okay, we have for informational purposes only, we have mobile food establishment licenses, new Sam's New York system. We have no communications, no presentations. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a question
I
by,
just want to see Chief Warren here. I just want to wish the department happy 100th anniversary. I know you're very proud to be chief at this moment with celebrating the 100th, so congrats.
motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Safety Services meeting is adjourned.
Finance Committee will begin right at 7 PM. Time, I'd like to call the October Finance Committee meeting to order. Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present.
At this time, we'll entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of the September 11th, 2023 committee meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, all in favor, say aye.
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 We do have several business matters carried over. However, at this time, I would entertain a motion to take the docket out of order. I'd like to start with public comment and then move on elsewhere first.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 At this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment. If any members of the public would like to come forward in person first, name and address for the record. And this has to be on docketed matters.
Hi, my name's Aubrey Collins, 136 Sharon Street in Cranston, and I'm here to advocate for our community playgrounds and more specifically for the immediate remediation and reopening of the Edgewood Highland Playground. While the playground being included on tonight's agenda has me hopeful, I would just like to say a few things before a decision is made. First, the proposal of this matter is to allocate available funds equally throughout the 6 wards of Cranston. Before making that decision, it's important to acknowledge that not all playgrounds are equal by way of condition nor necessary remedies, and not all wards are equal by way of playground neglect. With that being said, I think we need to be much more thoughtful about distributing the funds based on the actual need of each ward. Second, the Edgewood Highland Playground is not only well-loved during all hours of the day, but by the community at large, but the students of the elementary school, just a few inches away, have become accustomed and look forward to the end of their day play, where they're able to laugh and climb and expel all of the energy that they've harvested during the long school hours. Honestly, since its closing, us parents are losing the battle of finding other free ways to provide our children with the social time with as many friends and as much exercise as they demand and are able to get right outside of the school doors. I truly believe that stalling repairs and prolonging the reopening of the Edgewood Playground until after all Cranston playgrounds are inspected is unfair, and I would like to beg the question of whether issuing an emergency procurement order is at all possible. Third, I believe that once an agreement has been reached on this matter, in order to maintain accountability and transparency and reasonable expectations amongst the city and its residents, we need to ensure that start and end dates of any work to be done to the playgrounds is discussed, committed to, on record as soon as possible. Once again, I truly appreciate that the conversation about our community playgrounds has reached a point that I'm able to stand before the Finance Committee of Cranston, and I truly appreciate your time this evening. Thank you. Aubrey Collins, 136 Sharon Street. Aubrey.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak?
Hello, I'm Bridget Graziano, I'm 191 Wentworth Avenue. And I recently went before the city council on 9/25/23 to advocate for the Edgewood Highland Playground. I want to thank the Finance Committee for hearing this on the docket this evening. I want to again thank Councilperson Vargas for adding this to the dockets. But after staying for the entire city council meeting on 9/25, I'm a little bit confused why we are going ahead this evening with the Finance Committee to allocate funds equally to 6 wards that have not come forward with any cost proposals for any other playgrounds. Ward 1 has come forward. We've had a great showing by our parents. And, you know, I mentioned at the 9/25 meeting that I obtained documents that the city of Cranston has, their cost proposals for what costs to do the in-place the PIP and the cost to do the mulch. And I don't think $100,000 would even come close to what it would cost to do the playground. Some of our concerns is that these proposals are not even fully vetted, and that was never even discussed at the city council meeting. I don't even understand how we can go ahead and make a decision that each ward needs 100K. It is not equitable to me in the sense of need. One of the things is I took time to actually get this cost proposal from O'Brien and Sons, which, like I said, happens to be a friend of mine. I called them to get help on the playground, and come to find out the city had already obtained a cost proposal for some of these things, which is, again, I just want it to be clear, never presented at a meeting. Hopefully, I'm planning on it being presented this evening, but both cost proposals are very different and they're missing very clear items, which is site construction. We have no idea what the site construction is. I don't know, and I don't want to accuse anybody, but if anyone's taken the time to look at each of these cost proposals and determine what is appropriate for Edgewood Highland, I just feel very uncomfortable, like even supporting a resolution that distributes something equally when there's not necessarily, and I don't know, but there's not necessarily a need in each ward. And I'm happy to look at the other wards, but we're here tonight with our need for our school, and it's our parents and our kids that are suffering. The need is here in Ward 1. So we are asking you to fully fund what is appropriately needed, not the cheapest cost for Ward 1, just because whatever reason we want to be cheap about it. We want to be taken seriously, and we want someone to look at these costs. Like I said, I spent an hour with the woman that owns this playground company. Has anyone else done that? She took her time away to give us these actual costs. And the costs from John LaRoe I don't know a lot about him. I read the report. They gave me all of the information, but I'm not 100% sure that he is qualified to assess what the cost of these playgrounds are. And we have the costs. And if the finance committee would like me to represent them this evening, I'm happy to do that. I don't know how much time you want me to take up, but I'm hoping that those are all being presented and discussed with actual facts, not just whimsical, let's give everyone 100K. Thank you.
Hi, Amy Sloan, 11 Haddon Hill.
You just, that you're speaking right into. Thank you.
11 Haddon Hill. I am also here to speak on the playground issue. I would like to thank Councilwoman Vargas for her hard work around this topic. But I am in agreement that the solution is not just to take a chunk of money and divvy it out equally when the need is not necessarily equal. As far as I know, ours is the only playground that's currently closed. So it definitely needs repair. So if this is just a $600,000 chunk of money that we're gonna get, I would personally rather have it geared at fixing the playground that is closed, that has been deemed needing repairs. And if there's money left over after that, then send it out as needed to the other wards. But like I said, our playground is closed. It is in need right now. And we are here to ask that you fix it as soon as possible and the right way, not as cheaply as possible for the long term. Thank you.
Caitlin Kelly, 1122 Narragansett Boulevard. I'm happy to see the progress regarding the playgrounds, obviously. But like the rest of the people here, I'm not really happy to see the proposed plan that we have. Dividing up the money evenly to each ward seems fair, like at first glance, but every playground in each ward, if every playground in each ward needs that much work, then obviously we have bigger issues than just fixing the playgrounds. The Edgewood Highland playground has been neglected for years, and for that reason needs a complete overhaul. And it's shown in the reports that, like, you know, that PIP that's on the ground was supposed to be inspected and could have been repaired easily over time, but hadn't been repaired with enough time. So now it needs to be removed and makes the job obviously that much bigger. We need to divvy up this money in a way that makes sense for each ward's real needs versus doing what's fair. If other playgrounds need funding, they should be inspected and real budget should be proposed. But again, we shouldn't be waiting for that to happen just to get the Edgewood Highland playground back open. This is something that should be looked at and put into planning budgets too. Obviously, there wasn't really a budget for these playgrounds if the playground is just closed without any maintenance being done to it prior to us really putting up a big stink about it. The Edgewood Highland Playground should be the top priority, and the distribution of these funds should be reflected in that.
Hello, Megan Cressy Johnson, 145 Villa Avenue. Megan Cressy Johnson. And so I'm here in support of, I think it's lovely that $600,000 is going into playgrounds. It's much needed in our community. But I also agree with what other folks have been saying that there's a concern that Edgewood Highlands Elementary Playground is closed. We believe it's the only one closed out of the 33 playgrounds. And so that should be top priority before distributing the funds evenly between wards. Also at the last meeting, it was concerning when we couldn't hear anything from Parks and Rec or from the mayor's office around what the punch list was in terms of like looking at these playgrounds, which ones were in need, which ones need what. I mentioned at that meeting that the playground in my neighborhood hadn't received mulch in years. I'm happy to say that it now does have new mulch. 2 days after the meeting, which is lovely. But I think that there needs to be a comprehensive look at all the playgrounds and what's going on and what needs to be fixed before just evenly distributing the money. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on docketed matters?
Good evening. My name is Susan Blake. I live at 173 Grand Avenue in Cranston. I'd like to thank the council for your time tonight, and I'd like to speak about Budlong Pool again. Contrary to evaluations presented by the Federal Hill Group in 2022 and by Weston and Sampson in 2023, actual water usage data gathered by Karen Rosenberg clearly debunks any claims regarding leaks at Budlong Pool. There was no evidence of consistent increased water usage prior to the installation of the new liner in 2018. These facts are based on data that was independently sought from the city, public available facts. We have presented multiple reports of similar public information that brings truth to the forefront of this discussion. These facts clearly cast doubt on the validity and the integrity of both of the aforementioned reports, as well as on claims espoused by the administration in their attempts to frame their plans. It's time to have a disinterested company, meaning a company that isn't waiting to build a new water feature where the Budlong stands now, a company just stating the facts about what the true status of the pool is today, period. Then you can make your informed decisions. As you know, we have gathered 2,000 signatures to keep Budlong large. In the realm of petition gathering, it is readily accepted representation that for every one signature gathered, there are 10 people actually who feel the same way. That means the 2,000 signatures represent 20,000 residents who feel this way. That's about 27% of the eligible voters in the city who are angry and who will remember this and who has lied to them, as well as who here has perpetuated those lies in spite of truths coming when next November comes around. The city council has the power to hire a company to give a truthful, fact-based evaluation and assessment. We have provided hundreds of pages of questionable activity within the administration, baseless claims made by 2 companies in their evaluations, and now facts about actual water usage through the years. What is it going to take before this committee or the full council makes the call? We can't do it all. We need you to do more now because time is running out. Thank you.
Sarah Cody, 311 Doric Avenue. Good evening, council members, and thank you for your time tonight. I am the director for the One Cranston Health Equity Zone at CCAP, one of 15 HESs in the state, funded by the Rhode Island Department of Health. Our goal within Cranston is to support and equip community members to collaborate and create projects, places, and programming where residents can healthily live, learn, work, and play in Cranston. I'm speaking today in regards to the resolution before you to recognize our Community Builders Grant Program, which will fund one project this year within each city ward. The Community Builders Grant Program, part of our HES, is designed to identify and partner with residents interested in bringing their neighbors together to complete small, quick action projects that improve their communities. This program has funded a variety of efforts, ranging from planting trees at a baseball field to funding signage on self-esteem for school bathrooms and purchasing books for a reading week, as well as a bench and signage for 2 local community gardens. One of these, the project focused on signage in school bathrooms, was submitted by 4th and 5th grade students participating in student council at their school. In our HES's recent citywide needs assessment with over 300 responses from Cranston residents, over 40% of residents discussed a need to build community in Cranston. Additionally, 1/3 requested help with building stronger connections to political and civic leaders. We see this ongoing program and your approval of recognition of this resolution as a way to begin to address those desires in Cranston. We appreciate your consideration in moving this resolution forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellen Basso. I'm the Rose Elementary School librarian and student council mentor. I live at 71 Dale Hill Drive, East Greenwich, Rhode Island. I'm here in support of the Community Builders Grant. I'm applied for the grant on behalf of the Student Council, which is a group of 5th and 4th grade students. The students themselves paired off and wrote the answers to the grant questions. As their adult mentor, I simply transcribed their answers into the application form. We applied for the grant to purchase motivational posters to hang in the school bathrooms. The Student Council wanted to discourage students from writing on the walls and generally making the bathrooms messy due to silly and inappropriate bathroom behavior. Their solution was to do a school-wide presentation about appropriate behavior in the bathroom and to hang positive message posters in the bathrooms. Their thought was that if the bathrooms looked nicer, the students would be less likely to mess them up. Needless to say, the students were quite proud when they learned that they had been awarded the grant. But more importantly, it was extremely rewarding for these 9 and 10-year-old students to see the positive results of their idea. After their student presentations about what not to do in the bathrooms and the posters being hung, there was only one more bathroom incident for the rest of the school year. This was a very small project that had a big impact on the school. The students were relieved not to have to report problems in the bathroom. The teachers were relieved not to have to discipline students, and the custodian was grateful for less unnecessary work to do. Overall, this small grant was very helpful to all members of the Rhodes Elementary School community. Thanks for your time.
Elena Rios, 52 Valley Street. That's a Providence address. Good evening. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, can I? Oh, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Elena Rios. I'm a youth services librarian at the Central Public Library, and I am one of the recipients of this year's Community Builders Grant, and I'm here to speak with you tonight. Last fall, I was asked by Erica DePietrio, principal of Stadium Elementary School, to give an affirmational speech to her K-5 students. She wanted me to encourage her kids to dream about their futures while also stressing the importance of right now. And the right now is keeping up with attendance. Writing my speech was easy. Kids deserve the world and they deserve to know that the sky's the limit. Convincing them was not my problem. My problem was having the message stay with them. And as I was writing my speech, I remembered that I have a car-shaped eraser. Years ago, when I was in 4th grade at Waterman Elementary, Cranston did a program called Junior Achievements. After setting our goals and measuring our steps to success, they gave us this little yellow and green erasers. This one is mine that I've had since I was 8 years old. It's the first time I set goals for myself and was able to actually measure my own success. We talked about these all throughout high school, all the way up to graduation date. They never went out of style. So it was my turn to return the favor to the students of Cranston. I purchased more than 50 little golden books, plus color changing pencils with sweet messages, rubber bracelets with affirmational lines on them, and of course, more fun erasers. Each kid walked away with an eraser and at least one other goodie. And I don't want to brag, but I definitely made their day. The simple gesture of giving them a gift to remind them that they are the most important assets in our city is exactly what working with our health equity zone is all about. It is a reminder that we are not just a city, but a community that is constantly building a stronger network. The city is made up of a team and everyone who lives or works here is part of it. And the most important ones are the students. And now that the message gets to live a little bit longer, they get to sharpen their pencils and think about the affirmations they were told, or they get to open their little golden book about Taylor Swift and think about Miss Elena telling them how awesome they are. I hope you do consider recognizing the importance of the Builders Community Grant. I know I have. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Keith Catone, 61 Windsor Road, Ward 1, School Committee Rep. Just going back to add to the playgrounds chorus for Ward 1, to underscore the need to prioritize what is a closed playground. Been in conversations with city council colleagues, with folks in the administration as well about the need to reopen that and that being a top priority. Hope that is shared by the council. And is reflected in the way that those monies get distributed. The language of the resolution at least does allow for a redistribution of unused monies. And so I think, I don't know who makes the determination of what gets used when and by when, but hopefully those can be, if 100,000 isn't enough for the Ward 1 needs, to reopen that playground. I know there's other Ward 1 playgrounds that Councilwoman Lannis's Vargas has prioritized as well, or named as well. Smith Street is in need of repair. Also, though, to the citywide need, I think part of what we're facing here is just a lack of information, and information that we should have, information that we should sort of know and understand as stewards of the city, as residents of the city, to understand when and in what condition things are across the city that should be easily accessible. I know that the city's looking at doing a comprehensive assessment. I hope that that assessment can be shared and sort of like, if we have a rank order of like what's needed and there's a repair schedule, what the budget is, that we all show up at budget time to advocate for what Parks and Recs would need for those repairs. Because right now it's not necessarily in their budget, which is why we need to go into the ARPA funds, right? So there's a bigger picture, I think, that we all want to be and need to be aware of. And because I know my Ward 2 colleague on school committee isn't here, is out of the country at the moment, just to name citywide needs, she's documented disrepair at the Dew Temple playground site, right? So we know there are other things that need fixing. I think I'm here in solidarity with my Ward 1 residents for sure, and want to make sure that we do our part. And I think the school committee, at least for the school site playgrounds, can help in cooperation with council and the administration around sort of just information sharing and understanding what we're hearing from families, what we're hearing from schools and teachers and administrators about the conditions of those playgrounds, because they are used quite heavily, obviously, during the school year. Thanks.
Good evening. Dominic Fusco, 167 Fiat Avenue, School Committee Representative, Ward 3. Tonight on the docket, you're going to hear a presentation from RIDE, Mario Carreno is here. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't advocate for the children. And as was eloquently said before, they're one of our most important resources. We need to fix our schools, plain and simple. Right now, I don't know how many of you, I know quite a few of you went through Garden City last weekend and what it's done for those kids over there. Eden Park needs to be finished, plain and simple. Gladstone needs to be finished. There are other schools that are in dire need of some work. So, well, I'm going to ask that you listen to what the presentation has to offer with an open mind. not just dismiss things out of hand. I know we're in tough financial times right now, but we got to look at the long term, not the short term. Long term, our kids need this. So please just, that's all I ask, is that you listen to what he has to say with an open mind and seriously consider some of the suggestions that he'll offer. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on docketed matters? Seeing none in person, Tom, are there any online?
I see no public comment.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment. Previously, the committee approved a motion to take the docket out of order. I did have a request to take the resolution proposing recognition of the Community Builders Grant Program funded by the One Cranston Health Equity Zone of comprehensive community action within each city ward first. And so we'll do that. At this time, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is there any discussion? Councilman Ferry.
Yes. First, I'd like to thank everyone that came to testify for this resolution tonight. And I wanted to read the words of Annette Bourne first before I give my own in support of this resolution. Annette says that she's writing to lend her voice in strong support of this resolution to support the One Cranston Health Equity Zone's Community Builders Grant Program. This program was conceived more than 5 years ago as a way to bring residents together and support their ideas for projects for improvements in their neighborhoods and their community. The grants were small, but the impacts were great. While I have been a working member of the Community Connectors Work Group, I was also part of a group that applied and received a grant in 2019, the Walk and Roll Bike Audit, worked collaboratively with the city's planning department to map out routes across the city for residents to record their experiences in walking and biking. Residents submitted photographs as well as audit sheets for the routes they traveled. The $1,000 in funding supported a planning consultant from Horsley and Witten to review the findings and to make a formal presentation to the residents and the planning department. While this was a small effort, I trust its findings can be useful today and hope that the city will engage in more work on transportation and its comprehensive plan. What I wanted to say about this is that these grants, although small, obviously can have a great impact. And I was pleased to hear some of the stories that we just heard tonight. So as the Community Builders Grant Program works to fund these small Cranston-based resident-led projects that improve the community. I'm hoping that the council is in favor of this program and that maybe in the future, we can match this funding of $300 per ward and maybe even look further into it. Right now, they're proposing $300 for each ward that they are supplying themselves, and they were going to take applications in the communities, and people will apply for those grants. And sometimes they get more than one person to apply for a grant in a ward. So they have to actually refuse somebody, and it's only $300. So I hope we can maybe in the future match these grants and help them with this. And I hope that everyone here supports this Community Builders Grant tonight. Thank you very much.
Is there any other comment from the committee? I'll just add that the HES, we are fortunate to have such a tremendous and committed staff working at the HES, in addition to really a beautiful array of community partners who make up the organization. And this is one of the best parts of it, is seeing the community come together to build something. And we should approve this. So clerk, please take the roll.
Can I add one more thing? I'm sorry.
Make it quick.
I'll make it really quick. When I was asked to become a community connector in HES, I was like, oh, I didn't really have the time to do that. And Annette kind of talked me into it. And I am glad that I made that decision because it's good to be around people that are trying to accomplish things like this within our community. Thank you.
Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna jump around a little bit. So it's on all of you to make sure that I don't forget anything. Seeing that there are some little ones in the audience, I would like to go to the parks and get that. Go through that. So we do have we have two items before us regarding park and recreation. The first is ordinance 9-23-04, ordinance allocating 600,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act funds for the purpose of upgrading City of Cranston playgrounds in all 6 wards. This was sponsored by Mayor Hopkins. This time we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a member from the administration that would like to introduce the ordinance?
Good evening. As we all know, within the last month, Councilwoman Vargas has met with the mayor and the administration, calling the attention, rightfully so, concerning the Edgewood Highlands Playground, which frankly, there's no excuse for that not being open the day that school opened. Once he heard about it, obviously, the mayor went there. And first thing to say, let's get them some money. There was a cry out, and rightfully so again, and the mayor wanting to fund the repair of that facility to get it going as soon as possible. And I think actually the councilwoman's resolution calls for that. And that's it was coincidental, just so you'll know, is the mayor also extended the offer to have the councilwoman as a co-sponsor. But obviously she mentioned that she had her own resolution, which is fine. But I think everyone's together on this. The mayor also felt that probably every community in the state, probably every neighborhood in the state could use improvement to all their playgrounds. And the 100,000 would get the Edgewood Highlands Playground up to open and in good shape. And there's also needs throughout the city, throughout the state for playgrounds. So we thought an equitable thing to do was let each council person recommend the use of those funds. That's why the 100,000. If you folks feel it's inappropriate, the mayor will pull this ordinance if you wish not to have this. But we thought this was the most expeditious way of funding, particularly Edgewood. Thank you.
All right, is there a comment from the committee? We're gonna go one at a time. Everyone's gonna have a chance to speak. So, and hopefully speak once. So ask your questions, make your comments now, please. I'm gonna start with Councilwoman, Council Vice President Vargas.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. So I actually, for the record, I did submit the resolution clearly that is going to be heard this evening. I believe it was on a Monday, give or take. And I got word from the administration asking if I wanted to be co-sponsor of a resolution, I think on a Wednesday. So just want to get the record straight that my resolution was submitted without even knowing that the administration was going to be submitting one that went 2 days later. Whether or not there was rumbling that they wanted to submit it, that's fine. But the administration reached out to me on, I want to say it was on Wednesday, Tony, which I appreciate. Thank you for thinking of me though. I do want to say on the resolution, I have a few concerns on here. A lot of them really are what was echoed this evening on here. My concern are pretty much the inequities that are taking place if we were to provide $100,000 to each ward. the timing of it as well as the assessment. We don't know what the cost is while we're prioritizing playgrounds that are located at school grounds. Again, the schools don't own the playgrounds. The playgrounds are owned by the city and maintained by the city. If we were to, let's just hypothetically say, get $100,000, say, Ward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And there is, a ward that recently just had a school facility done with a brand new playground, but now they have 2 remaining schools. Which schools gets decided who's going to get that extra dollars, and they also now get more funding. If we take it in Ward 1, for example, and we get $100,000, obviously the priority is Edgewood Highland Playground. That facility is currently closed. However, one could also argue that Chester Barrows Playground is in dire need of as well, which is a school that is pretty much allowed in use right now for space while schools get built. I didn't submit those pictures at the Public Works Committee meeting on September 14th, but I did reach out to the administration the very same time that maybe in July or August. And right before the school start of the beginning of the school year, they went by and they laid some mulch, and that takes care of it for possibly now, but that's also in desperate need. My point that I'm making is there's no comprehensive way, there's no best practices, there's not an actual protocol right now, initial steps that we would be actually following to determine how is that $100,000 going to get spent and prioritize if there are schools, playgrounds within the schools. What is remaining under the funds that are unused in the mayor's resolution will be reallocated proportionally to the other wards. Now, how is that going to happen? Who's going to be making those decisions? Is it us as a council? Is it the administration? Every penny that gets spent out of opera funds has to come before us here in the city council. And so I understand that component of it, but once we grant that $100,000 already to be used, that's it. So now they can come before us and we can ask and we can say, well, where's it coming? Even if, and so we could be voting on how things are coming, but that's going to create a hot mess. There is no order right now. There is no way to prioritize other than the fact that we have right now one playground in a school facility outside of the school playground area that is currently closed. That is my concern with this resolution. And so I also don't, by the way, the other thing that I do want to say, the other problem that I have with the resolution is we don't have an actual assessment of all the other playgrounds, how much it's going to cost. Because we can say Edgewood Highland Playground, it might be over $100,000. But then there might be another playground that could be $20,000. So now they get an extra $80,000, which yes, I guess could be relocated proportionally somewhere else. Again, who's making that decision? So until we have an actual assessment, which should be the very start of what the administration should be doing, is possibly utilizing ARPA funds to assess our playgrounds and get actual specific information as to what we need before we start spending some pennies. On this specific ordinance, and I know, Chairman, you said to be rather quick so everybody has the chance to talk, but I do have a slide that I actually never received. I was given this slide by someone else. And I want to go back on a timeline of events. I've been asking and talking about playgrounds since November or maybe even October of 2021. And 1 second, Tom, I'm just going to finish up, but you can bring it up to the first slide. And so as a result, believe that this comprehensive report on the Edgewood Playground was done in May of 2022. So I'm gonna walk you through that slide real quickly, because this is what really was mind-boggling to me. Now, before I walk you through these slides, we've been talking about playgrounds for quite some time. And in July, I reached out to the administration. There was a gentleman that was talking about Chester Barrows again. They needed a lot of mulch, needed a lot of work. The administration did finally go, like I said earlier, a few days, maybe in August sometime. I brought this concern back up about our playgrounds in August. When I brought this up to the forefront, finally, we were told that there were about 13 playgrounds that received mulch back in the August 25th email that I received. I also had sent an email to the director where I believe I copied the administration as well, because we've been told that we shouldn't be contacting the directors directly. We have to reach out to the administration. And I believe that was sometime in August. I do have to say, I do get a response back from the administration when I sent emails out. So I'm not saying I don't get a response, because I do. But in this case, I sent an email saying, where are we with Edgewood Highland? What is going on? I didn't send any pictures, and those were the pictures that I provided at the Public Works Committee meeting. Now, at the time when I brought that up, 2 days after, that's when the playground closed at the school, 2 days after the start of the school day. If you look at the date completed on this slide that is noted on our monitor, it says the date was completed on May 5th of 2022. All level 1 or level 2 items are to be pretty much addressed immediately. Now, the certification statement underneath says this playground is not suitable for play due to serious infractions. That was a year ago, a little bit more a year ago, but the playground continued to stay opened. So if the administration knew, looking at level 1, and we'll go to the next slide, Tom, level 2, you'll start noting that it says level 1, 5th bullet down, it says level 1, conditions should be corrected immediately. And in parentheses, it says playgrounds to be closed. The level 2 says conditions should be corrected as soon as possible, in parentheses, within 1 week. So there's 5 levels. When they start going down the inspection report, it'll know whether that item is level 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, right? So now when we go on to the third slide, Tom, the 4th, it's actually the next one. Sorry, Tom. Next one. Yep. Thank you. That's this on this page, as it's noted on there, you will find it's level 3 and level 2. So 3, it could still continue to be in operation, but remember, it had said level 2, correct as soon as possible within a week. You look at those pictures on there, very similar pictures to the ones that I took and I presented at the Public Works Committee meeting. Now, it does note that the bottom right top EPDM layer, as well as protective buffing, have excessive worn, and in parentheses, asphalt as is approximately half an inch below where my foot is seen. There is no resiliency here, which is a level 2. Now, it does say to see page 9 for additional servicing, but that was pretty much what I was also told. This is what I was told I think in August, when I was notified that the school playground was being closed because it didn't have enough, I guess, rubber, some sort of impact if the kids were to fall and get hurt. If you, Tom, if you can keep going to the next slide, these are level 3 that are on here. There's missing signage, like age, heat, and drawstring, contact, manufacturer. Again, these are level 3. Not to say that because they're level 3, it shouldn't be taken care of. But there should be a timeline for this. The bottom right, excessive PVC. And so there's some excessive rust, then spray paint could be a little bit wear and tear. Tom, if you go on to the next one, please. This one's the level 5. They noted that the slide had no issue. But they also noted that the picture below, it says open platform at 25.5 inches. It's okay for kids 5 to 12. Tom, the next one, please. That one's level 3. The second bullet on there actually says, one of the tunnels has a long crack, entanglement issues, and possible collapse issue. Tunnel to be replaced, short-term cover with Gorilla Tape and monitor daily. I don't know who's monitoring these daily, because clearly if it was monitored throughout the entire summer of the last year, it would have been closed today. Tom, next slide, please. Again, another between level 3 and 1. This enclosure panel should be replaced as the design is simply a ladder. Short-term solution is to cover the opening with a plexiglass. Then you see the bottom of that picture, very similar to the one on top where it should be used as a ladder. No, this would be a level 3 if PIP rubber was resilient. But this panel has a fall height out of approximate 6 feet 7 inches, and the rubber below has failed. What it's saying is that the rubber was not in good condition. So why did it have to take us up until August to actually know that this rubber was not right? Well, I'll tell you why, because I brought it up to the administration and I came up at the public work meeting and I said, we have an issue here. What is going on? So I brought this before the forefront. Yes, I'm making a big deal about this. That was the playground that not only my son went to right after school and played, even on the weekends, but at a lot of the families, that's one of the only playgrounds that they have. Kids go after the school ring, and that's where the kids go. On the weekends, you would actually see that playground being used. It is a community playground. There's no reason why one of the most diverse area, a Title I school with a diverse population, has a school closed. That is just unacceptable. Unacceptable. So when there is sometimes that echo or the rumors or the rattle or people mumbling that there's certain sides of the city that get certain things and the others don't, it's because of this. And I'm not saying that one side gets the other one doesn't. This is why I want to make sure that with the resolution that the mayor has, that there's equity first across. I think every playground in the entire city should actually be a safe, modern, and a very inclusive playground. Doesn't matter whether I'm the representative of the ward councilwoman in Ward 1 or not. I think every playground should be safe. And so as I'm looking at this report that's kind of brought to my attention, which was again rather interesting. I ended up getting it, just very similar to a lot of the ways that we here at City Council have been getting a lot of reports by way of the community, and not when we're actually requesting it. And I have to say that's a shame and that's unfortunate. There is an email as well that I received. If you can just go, Tom, go down to the second part. There's a question on there that the company has to one of the directors. Has a question. I think they're waiting on a DeJesus. There's a question on there about, yep, right there. Yep, go down. There's a question on there where there's a couple of folks that are still, they have questions for Dennis. And I have to apologize because I have glasses and I still can't see from here. So I have it up on my phone. But there are questions regarding the bottom of the rubber area of the playground. And I'm just grabbing it right quickly. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. I sent it over to the clerk. So here were some questions that we have regarding a rubber mat, because right now we need to find out what the dollar amount is. So the resolution that we have on the $100,000 may not necessarily be for each ward the right way to go. I know we're not on the other resolution yet, but it still kind of touches base on the actual playgrounds. So one of the questions that was actually noted was that In 1999, there were some, they installed the playground and servicing 1999. Cranston did not have an inspector come in recently to review the entire playground. The inspector failed the surfacing, meaning he performed tests on the surfacing and it did not pass, had impact criteria test. And so the person was asked to provide quotes for a new surfacing. Now, one quote for replacement part on the playground structure, these are parts that were determined by the playground inspector and report to the city. One quote is for 2 types of surfacing. The first is for 4,000 square foot of new poured in place PIP surfacing. I believe that is the rubber mat that is in there now, right? The price does not include the renewal and disposal of the existing surfacing, so that would need to be figured. Some questions to Dennis, though, and then we would obviously have to figure out like the removal of the current PIP that's in place, the rubber mat now is, they asked Dennis whether or not we knew what was under the PIP. And they asked to see if there was any damaged areas. Also wondering if John LaRue, the inspector that had gone out who actually completed this report, would it be able to tell? There's only one person who might remember, but the person's deceased, but the other one is Michael Cesaro of Site Tech. They're still in business and might be able to ask him. So Michael was the project manager of the job in 1999. Site Tech might be interested in doing the removal of existing PIP. Now, the question is, we need to figure out what's underneath the actual items before we go forward. So we need to figure out what the dollar amount is. From what I've been told is that for a PIP, it's about $128,000. And that is a life year of about 30 years. For mulch, it could be anywhere between like 50 to 100,000. Again, I know the pouring of the mulch that the mayor's office at one point said was about 8, but we have to remove all of that PIP, put the mulch. They also has to be like stamped down. And in reality, if we want to make this a wheelchair accessible, it is really hard for someone in a wheelchair to actually go through wood chips. And so the PIP also can't be poured too late. Shouldn't have that probably poured in like November, December because of the obvious weather. What I would like to see, honestly, is that we have this playground opened. I've mentioned this before, we have grants available. But we want to get back to that. Okay. So that'll go on. I'll mention that in the next resolution that I have that's coming off the one that I wrote. So long story short, where do I stand on the resolution that the mayor has submitted? While I appreciate the fact that, again, he has listened not only to myself, but also has listened to the constituency, that $600,000 transfer from the American Rescue Plan Grant Fund is just not equitable, and it's not well thought out, and we should really getting us an assessment of all the other playgrounds before we vote on that, and at least get the quote that has also been mentioned by the administration. I asked Tony Moretti to provide me with that, resend it out last Monday. I don't know if the director's here, he probably left, or if he's still here, I'm not seeing him. There he goes. No, it's okay. And so I'm hoping the director can resend that. I think we had asked him. Right, but I had asked at the council meeting if you could email that to all of us. No, do you have that in your email by any chance that you can forward that over to all of us? Okay, if we can. Unless you have do you have that paper with you this evening? Okay. So that's the document that we would also need. I thought I was kind of clear on asking if you can send that to the entire council because I didn't have that electronically. But either way, that's why I can't support this the way it's actually written right now. Thank you.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thanks. I'll keep my comments brief. I fully support Councilwoman Vargas's request to get this playground that was just up there fixed quickly as possible. Do we have a final number on what that costs? So we don't have a number on that. As we just asked. Okay. So, I made the motion. I made the motion to approve this this ordinance. You know, if it's more than $100,000, I mean, that's the priority is that playground, obviously. But I just wanted to state that, you know, there are needs probably in every ward, for every playground. So I certainly appreciate the sentiment of the $100,000 per ward. Because off the top of my head, I can think of a bunch of things I like fixing the playgrounds in Ward 5. But that's got to be priority. I'll support it. And however we get there the quickest, you know, I want to do that. So that's my comments. Thanks.
Council President.
Thank you, Chairman Donegan. A couple of things. One is just for informational purposes, for some of the public tonight with respect to this resolution, asked the question of, you know, well, there was no previous discussion and how was it even before you? This is the time for us as a council to discuss new business. The full council meeting, we do not get to pick and choose what gets, you know, the contents of what's being referred. This is the time. And substantively, with respect to this resolution, I am eagerly, anxiously looking to fix the playgrounds that need the fixing and prioritizing the ones that need it most. And when Council Vice President Vargas had the meeting with the administration, school committee, Ward 1, Keith Catone was there, and I had the opportunity to join in that session. I had asked the question at that meeting, okay, are we all in agreement? Is Edgewood Highlands the priority? Is this the worst playground? And I couldn't even get an immediate answer on that. So I want everybody here to understand that despite us having a meeting on this issue, we still didn't at that time have a clear answer that the Edgewood Highlands playground was in fact the worst one. It took a little bit, and then there was some back and forth, and then there was assurance given to us, yes, this is the worst one because it's closed. What that tells me is that we need an assessment, and it doesn't have to be a professional. We have a Parks and Rec department. This is again, not a novel, you know, concept. The city's been operational. We've had parks and playgrounds for years. You go out to a playground, there are obvious big major defects, and that gets prioritized to urgent category. And those are the ones that maybe you do need a professional to come in and give us an assessment so that we know what the cost is going to be to repair. The other ones that are, you know, are okay, then those don't need the assessment, and you can do that in-house. That is the way that we should be handling the appropriations of this money, is the playgrounds that are most in need. Those are the ones that should be getting the bulk of the funding. I understand and appreciate the notion that we want to be fair and disperse it evenly, but what's fair is fixing what we need to fix with the funds that we have. So I just wanted to express that's my concern this evening. And if I do not vote in favor of this ordinance this evening, or it's actually a resolution, I don't know why it says ordinance, I believe, but it's because there needs to be an assessment. We can then look at the cost and then come to the council and we can appropriate the ARPA funds from there. Thanks.
Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Chairman. We have a resolution before us for $600,000 from ARPA funds. We all know these ARPA funds are running out. I do not want to go back and forth and then find out they're all gone before we made the decision. I would like to make an amendment to this to use these ARPA funds, but instead of equally on a sliding scale, starting with the worst ones, obviously Edgewood, and then working our way down. So we still have these funds to draw from and gets this work done and get that open as soon as possible. Well, can we word it with the way Council Vice President Lamas with the levels? Can we go with a level 1 first? Obviously, Edgewood, get that one done, and then the next level 1 until they run out. But I don't want to see us run out of these funds before we make a decision.
Council Vice President.
I would say that any time that we have to use the funds to begin with, we'll have to vote on it. So it's not like I can just say, I'm gonna allocate X amount and do it without the vote of the full council, nor can the mayor actually go ahead and spend $1 as well without, I believe, coming before us anyway. So I think we would be very mindful on anything that comes before us, how we would actually like to prioritize those funds, right? So I believe there was still like 5.1 or $2 million left, or 4, but we'll find, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Councilman.
Oh, it's just my concern that we're not gonna get started. That's my concern. I wanna get this done as soon as possible. And I just thought the best way to get that done is to allocate those funds.
Council President.
Just to Councilman Campopiano's point, if we need to hold a special session piggyback to refer it to finance to get the approval to expedite it, I'd be more than happy to do that. So just so we know that, whatever we need to do to appropriate those funds expeditiously, I'd be eagerly able to do.
Well, I'll withdraw my motion if we can make sure that it does get done and those funds are available to us.
Councilman, are you withdrawing your motion to approve or to amend?
Amend.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious, the question for the administration, do we have to go out to bid for this stuff, or are there people already on a list to be selected from? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around where coming to it feels like we're talking about the pool almost, where we're talking about numbers that are coming from a study. And then I just want to know if it's also going to have to go out to bid so we can kind of understand what the numbers are. We have, members from the public who's saying that they've spoken to companies that do this as well. I just don't want to, and I have no vote on this tonight, but I just don't want to get anyone's hopes up of the timeline for any of this. If we're then going to have a citywide study, and then everything's going to go out to bid, and then we're going to choose, and there's going to be argument over priorities, over what's actually level 1. And I might see it and say, no, that's a level 2, and then it becomes a whole thing. So I'm just trying to understand. It seems as though Council Vice President has pointed out that we don't really have a process for this. So who makes that process? And so we know how we're going forward. Otherwise, I don't want to be having the same conversation next year. And I just really, I don't want to be doing that.
Through the chair to the counselor, barring there being a master purchase agreement at a state level, I'm going to shoot from the hip and say that this must be bid, or try to get a bid exemption from BOCAP. So I would say pretty comfortably that these projects would have to be bid.
Okay. And I also, does Councilman Vargas, sorry if I missed it, and through the chair to Councilwoman Vargas, if I can do that. That study that you had, where's that study from? That was from John, the slides that were up there? Did we all get that?
So I ended up actually getting that at the request of someone else. I asked the administration, no fault to Rosalba, but I sent it to her late so it could be shared with all of us. But the clerk has it, and I'm sure Rosalba can email it out with everybody tomorrow.
But we didn't receive that last year, right? Is that, no one has seen this before. Is that what we're saying?
I didn't.
I understand. I just want to understand correctly, like, do we know who received that? Where did it go? Did it go to Parks and Rec? Where is that? That everyone's
It went to the-
question, and I'm just asking it out loud.
It went to the city.
So from the administration, why haven't we seen this? Do you know?
This evening is the first I've seen that, so I have no idea what report that is. Nor about that email. I couldn't understand that myself, so That's kind of breaking news to all of us. Don't know the source of it, don't know who paid for it, who requested it, what use it's for. It would be nice to find that out. That'd be very informative to everyone.
Okay, because I know I don't have a vote tonight, but it's concerning to me that we don't know about this. The administration saying they don't know about this. Someone had to pay for this, so it had to come out of a budget line somewhere. And who requested it, et cetera, like we need to be, I mean, just liability wise, I'm gonna
Right.
stop talking now.
Right.
And just let the meeting go on, but I want that report, so I'm just saying that out loud. Thank you.
Before I turn the floor over to Councilwoman Jermaine, Director Moretti, if we can have that report before the next Finance Committee meeting.
Councilman, respectfully, I don't know what report that is. So I can't provide it to you because I don't have it and I never heard of it, never seen it.
I understand. If we
If the
can,
councilwoman could tell us where the source is, perhaps that could help me find that information. I'll be happy to provide it.
I don't want to speak for Council Vice President, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe she said someone from the public was able to obtain that, and I don't think it would be proper for, might not be comfortable sharing.
I
who that
can't
person
provide
is.
you the report then. I'm sorry.
Directors, I'm going to talk now, and then I'm going to give you the floor. Director Zadelis. By the next Finance Committee meeting, let's find out how much that report cost, what line item it came out of, and I'd like a copy of the report for the entire Finance Committee and the entire City Council.
Through the chair, if someone, as Director Moretti had stated, if someone can tell us the source of the report, we can track down, did we pay for it, where it came from? But we have to ascertain the source of the report.
And respectfully, that's what I'm asking the Finance Department to do, is to find out where that came from, how it was paid for, and to get us a copy of it. I'm not trying to be confrontational. This is a straightforward. If it was paid for by the city, we want a copy of it.
If I could, through the chair, I received an email from Council Vice President Vargas this evening with the report. And she presented it via slide. I will, right now as we speak, I will email it to Director Zadelis, to Mr. Tisaglia as Parks and Recs Director, and to Mr. Moretti. And then the city can sleuth out the information requested this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Paplaskas, I do see you with your hand up, but I did promise Councilwoman Jermaine the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Every day I'm getting surprised from what I less expected to see. The issue of playground, that's something that we've been talking about for a long time, and I always have this question: who is responsible to inspect the playgrounds before school start? Who is responsible in this city? So that's always my question, because one time I went to visit Du Temple school playground. That's a school playground that attached with a school. I visit other playground in the world, and when I post them on Facebook, I have misinformation. I have people told me this is school, it has to go. It's the school committee responsibility. And I have people say, oh, you have to reach to school committee, or it's like we are in a bubbles. So I would like to hear from the administration today, who is responsible for what and who is accountable? Because what is happening with this playground shouldn't be happening. Who is the growing up that is responsible for the safety of our children in those playgrounds? We are only 3 weeks. Today is 3 weeks since school start. So if there is a preparation before school start for those playground, who is the person? So this question, I would like to have it answered. Second question, Council Vargas just gave us a timeline of her attempt to have this resolved. And as always, it's still no answer until it's closed. How can this be happen? So the question about this report are already raised. I'm not gonna talk about it, but I feel like we see a pattern here. This is a pattern. Whether is conceal information, whether is not taking our demands seriously, there is a pattern. And I'm really tired about it. I'm tired seeing when we request for something to be done for our constituents and it just stay in a basket. And then at the end, that's when we're gonna worship and don't want to take it to do it properly. And I concur with Councilwoman Vargas, because, and the resident that spoke, we need to prioritize. So we shouldn't be at this stage to prioritize. I am for equally, right? But at this moment, we cannot talk of equality. We have to talk about equity because there is an imbalance. If this playground has to be closed, this is the result of the imbalance, of the neglect. That's the word. And to compensate this negligence, I would say, we have to take the approach of equity. And that's where I stand.
Councilman Paplaskas, and then we're gonna take a roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna save some time, I think, for everybody. I appreciate Councilman Camp talking about the sliding scale. This playground Edgewood is certainly, we don't know the cost on it. My motion to approve it this time, just for the fact that we don't have enough numbers to make an informed decision. But with that withdrawal, I'm saying that playground is the priority in my mind, so we need to get it done as soon as possible. But I'll withdraw my motion to approve. If Councilman Campopiano will withdraw his second.
I'll withdraw my second. I agree with Councilman.
Is there a motion to continue?
Motion to table?
I'll second that.
For, through the solicitor, if you could, and as a refresher, motion to table that requires a 2/3 majority to bring back onto the docket, correct?
That is correct. That's correct.
Does the city council rule on not being able to take something up how would a table, if it were to fall off, would we be able to re-entertain a similar item?
My recommendation, not to become entangled in procedural matters, would be to continue this for the information.
I'll withdraw my motion to table, make a motion to continue.
Second.
And I'll withdraw my second on that.
So, motion to continue? A second? Who, you seconded it, and the motion was made by who? Council President. Okay, I'm in support of the motion to continue. As several have stated, the idea of giving $100,000 to each ward sounds great, and I'm sure all of us would love to work with members of the community to identify ways to address playgrounds at schools in our individual wards. But Councilwoman Vargas is correct, as others have noted, that the priority here has to be Edgewood Highlands, and it wouldn't be right to distribute the funds equally when there are more pressing areas of need. So we need more figures on the definitive costs, and maybe some of the language here needs to be tweaked by the administration. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, we are going to move on to the resolution relative to playgrounds upgrade and maintenance. This is sponsored by Councilwoman, Council Vice President Vargas. I'm just going to respectfully ask that for members of the committee, members of the council, due to time, we do have the superintendent, someone from RIDE, and Mr. Mariano here regarding the Budlong Pool, that we not rehash everything that we just went over in the previous ordinance, respectfully. Do we have a motion on the resolution?
So
Councilwoman Vice President.
thank you. So the resolution that I put forward this evening needs an actual dollar amount. So what I would like to see on this resolution is have the actual dollar amount as to what it's going to cost to remove the rubber, the known as PIP, install the new rubber, replace it with a new one, and with specifics on there. And in addition to that, provide a full assessment as to what the playground actually needs. There's some toys that we saw, so that needs some like replacement. There's probably some missing stuff. I would like to have a full assessment of that park before that is done, so that we can actually tie my resolution with an actual dollar amount and then bring it before the full committee and vote on it. My concern is that if we get I don't want to just do something to also just do it and not get anything. I want to make sure that we get a beautiful playground, up to date. The toys are up to date. They're not broken. Everything that has been told is actually done. And so if we could have that evaluation and assessment done, then I'd like to put a dollar amount to this resolution so we can then vote on those ARPA funds to be utilized for that specific project. I want this playground open. I also want to make sure that we're using and we're moving along and making sure that this playground now, the kids have facility, a playground that has all new stuff on there. And if not new, at least what needs to be replaced should be replaced. And what is fine stays as it is, but with the rubber matting and everything. So those that are here this evening, and for anyone that's actually watching, I will be asking for a full detailed amount on the entire assessment, calling the administration to do a full assessment evaluation of Edgewood Playground, come up with a total dollar amount, include that in this resolution, bring it again before Finance Committee so it could be passed. Now, the work may or may not start in October, but I'm hoping that it starts right away as soon as, depending, in November, because of the fact that the weather, but also making sure that if it's going to be over $10,000, it has to go out for bid. We can't unfortunately break procurement laws on here. So I really want to make sure that our kids have a safe place and modern and amazing, awesome toys that we can all enjoy, and not just put a rubber mat or mulch and then other stuff are still broken, as we saw on those slides that were presented this evening. And even if those were get addressed, I want to make sure that it's fully evaluated and assessed. So for all those reasons, I'm going to continue this resolution until next month. The Finance Committee meeting. Actually, I don't want to do it next month. I'd like to continue if possible. Councilman Donegan, if we can actually work on hopefully calling a meeting possibly sooner, depending on when that evaluation could be done. So I'm open for suggestions here so that we don't have to wait till December, put a bid out. I want to get this done sooner rather than later.
If we have the assessment prior to the October City Council meeting, I'd be more than willing to call a special Finance Committee meeting for that evening. That way we can refer to the City Council for passage later that night. Similarly, excuse me, if we get it before any of the other committee meetings, I'm happy to try and piggyback on a night. Or if we have to come here another night, we'll
So
be here.
that would be great. And then the assessment might come with an actual cost. And so at that point, if we get from the administration any questions or pushback as to how it's going to be paid between now and the end of October, I'm hoping that we can work with the finance director to find out what the cost is going to be. Is my hope. Right. So, okay, perfect.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
My only question, and I don't know who to direct this to, is the money for the assessment. Because you want a professional assessment, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Is it for assessment for outside company or just from Parks and Rec? We want an outside company. Does that mean the administration is gonna, I don't know what kind of money they have for this. So if they're gonna come forward and they need to do it with ARPA money, they're gonna need to prove it before they do the assessment. I just want to be clear on how this gets done fastest, and can the finance director tell us what that route is so we can ask for it? Because I understand what we're trying to, we all have the same goal here, I think, but I am afraid of it not actually working out that way.
Through the chair to the council, the first step is going to be identifying someone. I'm sorry, did I misinterpret what I thought I heard? Getting a professional outside assessment. So that is going to be our first step, is trying to ascertain who does this work. Hopefully the report that was sent out to us leads us to somebody who's already done it. So that may cut down the time frame and the cost, but that's, step one is finding out who does it, and then finding out what the cost of an assessment would be, and identifying a funding source.
And my fear is that's just not going to happen as quickly as we want this to be done. Because if we don't have a list to draw from, then we're going to have to go out to bid for the person who's going to do, for the company that will do the assessment, or do we have that on a list? Because obviously we already have an assessment from someone named John LaRue that everyone seems, or a lot of people seem to know for whatever reason. So I just want to understand, so we're clear on what we're asking for, and then we get it.
Council Vice President.
If I could ask, either to a finance director or a city solicitor, the assessment that it would be done, let's just say, let's hypothetically say, if the PTA was to say, we want to actually provide that assessment, or an outside person wanted to donate their services, is that something that that's an outside source? Like, what if there are folks who work in that industry, in that playground industry already, that are saying, you know what, they're hearing this story, they're hearing on the news and saying, we'll get the assessment done because we want to make sure we move this along. Can we do that or no?
As I've been sitting here tonight, listening to the back and forth, from a legal perspective, I need to emphasize something here because I think that once again, we are beginning to blur the lines between what is properly an executive function or an administrative function versus a legislative function. Now, the charter is very clear that the legislative body cannot interfere or direct or order the executive branch to do anything. As I've said many times before, the legislative branch appropriates if it wants to. Once an appropriation is made, whether it's ARPA funds or it's an amount for a department, so on and so forth, the administrative decisions on how to proceed with that money is strictly an administrative and executive function. So I'm not sure if this answers the question, but it seems to me that the council or the committee is essentially trying to take control, so to speak, of the process. And I just caution you that you can certainly, in your discretion, decide whether or not you want to appropriate a certain amount of funds from ARPA for this project, this playground project. But I just want to, again, re-emphasize that once your decision is whether or not to appropriate this amount of money that's being requested, it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Once you make that decision, the rest is up to the administration. So I've been hearing about how out of the 6 wards, there are certain playgrounds that require perhaps more work than others, more improvements than others. In my opinion, I don't believe that you can essentially bootstrap the administration and say, you've got to spend 50,000 here, you've got to spend 150 there and 125 there. You can certainly ask the administration how it intends to do that, but you can't place conditions on the administration as to how they're going to ultimately expend these funds. So again, I don't know if I've answered the question completely. And I'm saying this strictly just as just a legal opinion. I'm not interested, obviously, in the politics of it, but I think that the lines are becoming blurred here as to the respective duties, responsibilities, and obligations of the council and the committee versus the administration.
I'm happy to weigh in on that. I, in general, agree with Mr. Verdecchio. You know, this council, through the appropriation process, can set certain earmarks or benchmarks to be met. With that said, once the appropriation is made, it is up to the executive to decide how best to use those funds, how to manage the project. There is an apparatus in place in the city with respect to vendor selection that would necessarily have to be observed. there was a question of whether or not you could accept donated services. I suppose the city could solicit services to be donated, provided, of course, that they meet the specifications of whatever the bid may be. Again, that's an executive function to determine the suitability of the services to be consumed, whether paid for or free. But in general, I agree with Mr. Verdecchia's interpretation of the charter.
Council President.
Thank you. Along these lines, we as a council, though, have the ability and frankly, find a responsibility to appropriate funds, but we can do so with contingencies. In what I mean by that is, we are not as a council restricted in having to give carte blanche, $600,000, here you go, do it, and just do these repairs. We have the right to ask the administration to do an assessment so that we then will have the confidence and the information that we need to make an educated decision with respect to the city's money and allocate it appropriately. That is not something new. And we have every right and we have every responsibility as a body in which to do it. And if we want to talk about, the Budlong Pool, that's something that, we don't want to go back to, and this will be another debacle in that way. It is completely reasonable. It's the administration's job to do the assessment for safety. We don't, as a city, just have parks that we let just fall in disrepair. So we're not asking for something extraordinary. We're asking for relevant, pertinent information so that every dollar that this city spends is spent wisely. And we have made it clear we can do this expeditiously. Where there's a will, there is a way. And we as a council have already spoken that we will do everything that we possibly can to expedite this, to get this done. So let's make it happen.
Thank you, Council President. Is there any other comments on this resolution before us? The motion is to continue, I believe, correct?
That is correct, yes, and to the, until we call the next finance committee this month for the assessment evaluation.
Motion before us is to continue to the next finance committee meeting. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Motion is continued, or the resolution is continued. Next, I'm going to take the presentation from RIDE on school construction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mario Carreño, Chief Operating Officer for the Rhode Island Department of Education. I have handouts if you are interested. The main reason I am here is because over the last 4 or 5 years, the Department of Education has shifted to being a supportive group where we are proactive in pointing out certain incentives or benefits that may be available to communities who otherwise you might miss if you don't act on them. One of them that I'm here to discuss today are the temporary incentives for school construction. So unlike town halls, roads, bridges, pools even, the state will reimburse school construction projects. This is an opportunity that is available to Cranston. We were looking at some of the existing bonds that the city has that are set to expire. You have 2 bonds totaling 36 million that receive only 48% reimbursement. And we can go to the details in a moment, but if a similar amount of debt were issued now for projects that begin by the end of the fiscal year, you could get potentially 74% reimbursement. So for the same amount of total debt, your net debt service payments would be over $300,000 less per year. Why this is important, you have hundreds of millions of dollars of facility needs. There's no debate on that. A 2017 statewide assessment found in today's dollars that 300 million in needs. That's just for warm, safe and dry. And again, this is just an opportunity that's here now. If you were looking at it just from a mathematical perspective, a $60 million bond is the same net debt service. But this is available now. If you go to page 2, this is why I bring this up. So Cranston is the second most populous city in Rhode Island, though in terms of dollars spent on school construction projects, the city and the district are 15th. And if we look at total dollars, you know, Providence, Pawtucket, and Warwick, you wouldn't be surprised if they are ahead of Cranston because they're all doing new high schools. You would be surprised, though, to find communities like Johnston, East Greenwich, and Central Falls ahead of Cranston in terms of spending both total dollars and dollars per student. Cranston is by several standard deviations lower than the other communities of similar size. If we go to the third page, this just highlights the opportunities and the bonuses that are available now to the city. So Cranston historically receives around 50% state aid. Some years it's a little bit higher, some years it's a little bit lower. In the debt that is set to expire, you were locked in at 48% back then. Again, if your base rate this year is 54% plus the bonuses that are available, they're highlighted on that chart. There's 6 different ones to choose from, but all the projects that have been finishing in recent years, including this latest batch of Garden City and Eden Park Phase 3, all received 74% reimbursement. So there is an opportunity to strike now what the same as other communities are doing. I did just for illustration purposes on the 4th page is what would it look like if you did a more significant bond to try to match what other communities of your size are doing. And when you hear the top number, you go $200 million, that seems really high, though when you factor in that 74% of principal and 74% of interest are picked up by the state of Rhode Island, it leaves a net debt amount of roughly 3.1 million after you factor in the bonds that are expiring. For context, you have a citywide budget of 325 million. So for a 1% equivalent, you would do a $200 million investment in your schools. That likely still doesn't address all the needs, but it makes a significant impact on it. And you know, with what the district's been doing with Eden Park and Gladstone Street School and Garden City, we're confident that this would be put to really, really good use. The last piece, and I'll entertain questions, is just a timeline. So there's a really, really narrow window of opportunity. The General Assembly just extended the bonuses this past July 1st. Otherwise, this wouldn't even be on the table. The bonuses now begin to expire at the end of the fiscal year. So the district has already sent in a stage 1 application, which has been approved by RIDE, that merely allows this conversation to occur. It doesn't commit you to do anything. The action item would be that in the next few months, if you were going to consider something, you would pick a number, pass a resolution and send it to the General Assembly. The district would work on submitting projects for the stage 2 at some point in the spring, whether you are or not allowed to piggyback on the presidential primary or pick a different day in March or April. That's a local decision, but you would target a spring election, which is what other communities are doing in Rhode Island, with the idea of getting these under contract. This is a really high level timeline. There's likely a more detailed one that has various city council approvals and procurement that would all have to be going concurrent to the main timeline. But the general crux of this is that because the General Assembly extended the bonuses, you do have one more bite at the apple at getting 74% as opposed to being back down into the 50s. And I'll leave you with this, that 300 million of need doesn't go away on its own every year. Those projects are more expensive with escalation and inflation. And the one certainty is that the state's reimbursement or the state's commitment to those projects begins to go in the other direction come July 1st. So you have this chasm where need is increasing and state aid is about to begin to decline. So I thought I would at least share this with the city council, at least for your awareness, and you can make whatever decisions that you believe are best for the city of Cranston. Any questions on this?
Thank you. First, I'd like to entertain a motion by the committee to accept this document into the record.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan, Council Vice President Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas, Council President Marino.
Yes.
Does anyone on the committee have any questions? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you so much for this report. I'm looking at, I think, page 2. And so I'm looking at the district and Cranston, who has half, I would say, of the enrollment in comparison to Providence, who have a total of approval of $600 million. And Cranston has $147 million. So, and also the allocation per student is 14,377. And I'm looking at allocation for, I'll take any other school, like for example, Middletown, 90,000, 96,000. Can you walk me into this, how this gap, how that's come up?
So these are all, the total approvals here are essentially bonds that have been put forward by each of the communities. Everyone gets a different reimbursement rate. So some communities get a rate that's lower than Cranston. So for example, East Greenwich and Middletown have a base rate of 35%. Some get much higher than Cranston. So Providence, their base rate is 80%, but they can get into the 90s. Central Falls is higher. So there's a mix there. But these are amounts that have been put forward by their respective city councils and town councils, approved by the General Assembly. Many of them are being voted on this November. So I put a disclaimer, some may pass, some may not, but these are the amounts that they have put forward. So to get to those calculations, it's just a matter of dividing the amount that they put forward to repair their schools divided by the number of kids, just as a comparison. That's the purpose of it, just because the numbers are in some ways skewed, or the per student one is really a good metric on this. Providence is the other community who's also on the same timeline. Their number will likely increase this year, so that on this chart, they're the second lowest, that perhaps that this number might grow without any action from Cranston.
So from what you mentioned, it looks like it's only now we have this opportunity to have 74% reimbursement, but before that, we only have 50%. Is that correct?
Yeah, plus or minus, like the number fluctuates between years. It could be 48%, 52%, but roughly Cranston, your average is about 50% reimbursement. So if the bonuses go away and you want to consider something in the next couple of years, unless they change state law, you would expect around 50% reimbursement on whatever number you put forward.
And also I appreciate the timeline we put on. So it's up to the city to take advantage of this opportunity and to make sure if we want to have, those schools construction moving forward. So this is the really one possibility we should take the opportunity to move with that. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. The city council decides whether some amount moves forward or doesn't. But yeah, that would be just showing you the information for you to have a discussion and decide whether you want to move forward and take advantage of that temporary aid or not.
Is that this is only the legislative responsibility, or we need to do this with the executive? done by the administration because they're taking on additional debt service. So if we want to do that, they have to be agreed.
Through the chair, Counselor, could you repeat that? I missed your statement.
Yes, I said if we want, we know we have this with legislative responsibility. But if we want to move forward, the administration must agree to move forward with this bond to take the opportunity with the 74% reimbursement.
Through the chair to the counselor, I can say with no uncertain terms that the debt service requirements are currently being reviewed. We've had one pass of iterations of it. And I believe, without speaking out of turn, that there have been discussions with the city administration and the schools about what potential projects may be advanced in the timeline to put forth a referendum to the voters, so that the work is already being done.
All right, thank you.
And for additional context, at the last school buildings committee meeting, we did discuss, getting kind of a breakdown increment by increment. What would a 20 million bond look like in debt service? What would a 25 million, 30 million, so on and so on and so on. That way this body can make a decision on what is palatable for both balancing what's responsible and also what addressing what the need is in the city.
Mr. Chairman, that's the approach that's being taken. With a slight derivation, the approach is the phase one schools that have been put forward. That's our first approach in terms of the projects to be advanced with the estimates as of the current date. And then anything above that will be layered in incrementally, such as the counselor requested.
Thank you, sir. Council President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cardania. I had question for you with respect to the timeline of things. I understand as a council, we would have to, if we were inclined to do this, pass a resolution so that by the beginning of the year, so we can present it to the General Assembly in order to meet the election deadline. But practically speaking, I'm sure it's would be pressing on the public's mind, the actual timeline for when the construction would need to be completed by, when the submission would need to be into the state in order for us to take advantage of the 74% reimbursement rate with this extension.
So I think the first step, if you look at where we are now, the February 15th one, the district likely needs some, those things just can't show up on the 15th with a flip of a switch. So they would need some sort of, whether they begin now or some sort of sign where they're, all right, they should target X amount of range, because designs and estimates take a lot of time to put together. So I think that would be the very first item. It sounds like if you're already exploring some levels, that if you give guidance to the district, they can begin at least putting together what the medley of options are. Because again, it takes several months to put those documents together. If you were to, if we step back and they begin, you would at some point, and the sooner the better, have your number ready to go to the General Assembly. I believe other communities are looking no later than December, so they can introduce it and have the reps and senators introduce it on the very first day of the session. One item to explore is whether you can or cannot piggyback on the presidential primary when the polls are already open. There's a cost savings in avoiding a special election. I think that would be something to look forward. If not, under Rhode Island law, you can have a special election on the first Tuesday of any month, as long as you advertise it. Realistically, if it's not April, you may want to target the first Tuesday in May. That March date becomes problematic sometimes if the General Assembly doesn't immediately move on your piece, because then you need a certain amount of notice to advertise that date. So I would suggest that if April isn't possible, that you perhaps look at the first Tuesday in May. In tandem, if this kept moving after the stage 2 submission, you would likely begin to issue some design build contracts or certain types of or construction manager to have this work underway by June 30th of 24, which at that point you have 5 full years to actually complete it. So statute says projects have to be under construction commencement, some language which has been interpreted for 6 years now and as part of our guidance, signed contracts for construction. That means you would have obtained all local approvals and state approvals and have signed documents. We are confident that if you follow this timeline, you would make it. And then you have 5 years to complete the work in order to qualify for the bonuses. That's the timeline. If helpful, we can work on a more detailed one. This is really a high level piece just to show the roadmap that it's possible. But there are a lot of sub layers that are needed to be done, especially understanding you might have some communities have a supply board or have other purchasing requirements that need to be layered in here. Not everyone operates the same, but we would have a more detailed schedule to help you meet the first date and then again complete by the 5-year mark to actually qualify for those bonuses.
Thank you. And the other question I have that may be more for the superintendent is that with this stage 1, we're looking at a potential for $40 million being us to the bond referendum.
So at a minimum, we need to have Gladstone, Eden Park, those need to be completed. We've had the discussion about the monies that need to be allocated to finish those 2 projects. 40 million would cover additional repairs, renovations. Another very pressing matter that I'm growing very nervous about is the parking lot at Cranston High School West. It's, for all of you who've been there at all, it's in tough shape. So, and those are projects that cost millions of dollars to do. We're also looking, don't forget, we really didn't finish Parkview in this round because of our increased costs. So I understand that $200 million is a staggering number. You know, we talk about it almost as if it's nothing. I do realize that adding $200 million to, and really this is 130 million because of the authorization is for 147, but we're bonding for 130. So that number is actually less, but $200 million with 74% off is a discussion. And so 40 million at a minimum would enable us to finish our current projects and then, you know, a sprinkling here or there. The bigger number would then inspire more discussions about bigger projects for the next 5 years.
There any other comments? Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Just off the bat, it sounds like something that would be hard pressed to ever say no to. I just want to ask the administration that when they provide us with some numbers, people are going to ask us about their tax increases because that's what people do. So if somehow, when you're already in doing the finances, if you could give us some kind of estimates, obviously, I know you can't give us anything exact. People will vote for school bonds. I don't think that they've ever turned one down in Cranston. And we're obviously lagging behind other places, but I just want to make sure that we have some kind of an idea before we say yes to something and then have to backpedal during budget seasons. I don't want to do that. I kind of want to have ideas ahead of time.
Through the chair to the counselor, anticipating that is one of the facets of the approach we're taking, and what we're using is the median residential property in the city and the median business property in the city with the current year's tax rates as we evaluate the debt service from year to year. So your suggestion is already factored into our analysis.
Mr. Lidell, thank you. Did you say before when you anticipate having that information? Only because this timeline seems like it's got to move, just like everything else that comes down from the state or the feds or just in the city. We're on tight timelines. So when do you think that you will know that information?
Through the chair to the counselor, additional decrements were added last week. So we're running those numbers. So I would say probably 3 to 4 weeks would be reasonable, including all the calculations to include taxes. So probably a month, and a lot of it's going to be discussions between the city administration and the school administration as to identifying projects. I just heard, the superintendent today, the parking lot was not on my radar screen. So I just want to make sure that in the decrement, that the decrements we were given, the parking lot is factored into our calculations.
So do you think by the next, this is up to the chair to ask for, but by the next finance committee meeting, do you think you can have some, if we're going to be doing a lot of back and forth, again, timelines scare me if we can't meet them. So do you think by the next finance committee meeting, you will have more numbers for us?
Through the chair, the numbers will be vetted for the administration, and there's a possibility by your next meeting.
Director, I see the superintendent getting up, and I think she's going to say the same thing that I'm about to say. Is we don't have a month. We don't have a month. If we get those numbers in the beginning of November, and something goes before the council at the end of November, and is introduced, and it goes through the process in December, I mean, and that's if it's, past the night of. We need it quicker than a month, and I'm not. I know that you are very thorough, and you're always incredibly responsive to me. So please, I am not saying that as any way as a slight towards you or your department, because it's far from it. But we need it quicker.
As you put it this way, I am with the administration. We will run through tomorrow morning. So that is not a topic on the agenda. I will make sure that we walk through with the format and get it back to you as fast as humanly possible. And if it can be delivered to the council before your next scheduled meeting, it will be.
Thank you. And just so that it stays on the agenda, clerk, if we could not only keep this on finance, but also put it on the city council at the end of this month, just for, yeah. Superintendent, I don't know if you have anything else.
Oh, I do, but I'm going to hold off on saying what I would like to. This is time sensitive. If it's a no-go, then that's fine. We need to know either way. The plans that need to be developed and sent to the Department of Ed for approval need to be done well. They need to be thorough. They need to be done professionally. We have built all of the things that we have built over the past 5 years. And I'm going to brag a little bit. They've been done perfectly. They've worked with professional organizations, architects, design builders, construction folks. We do things thoroughly and we do them well. I am not about to start doing things on the fly because we're trying to get it into a deadline. The fact that the legislature has enabled these reimbursements to be extended a year, there is, and I quote, I was told, no appetite for this to be extended. So we have to assume June 30th of 2024, the 74% off sale goes away and we're back down to 54%. So I understand there's a tax impact. I live here. I see what it is and I know the difficulties of the budget. If we are to provide our students with the best possible facilities, and quite frankly, even 200 million, it would be great, but it still doesn't fix everything. I think you all know that. we would need 700 million to even, come that close. But an answer needs to be done. We have been discussing this at building committee for months. So I just, this isn't a surprise.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, council attorney.
I'd like to point out to the council, if I may, there are really two tracks here to be considered. The RIDE process travels in a certain lane with respect to their phases. Each phase requires a degree of specificity that the superintendent is far more versed in speaking about than I am, as well as Mr. Carino. That said, that process drives a particular number that is your bond number. That bond number needs to be written into a bond act proposed in the General Assembly and passed in the General Assembly before it can get on the ballot, any ballot. That said, when you think of the timing and what we have available to us next year, okay, the fall is too late. It's too late for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the puddle of money sits in the sun and it will eventually dry up. You need to get that bond act to the General Assembly so that they can take it up. Generally speaking, my experience with this is that they will take it up in short form. If it's introduced and pre-filed in time for January, most likely they'll be in position to take it up in late January, perhaps very early February. Then your Board of Canvassers need, or I should say your Board of Elections needs to go to work and put together a ballot. In order to do that, they need to get through a process and permissions with the State Board of Elections. I disagree with Mr. Carino, and I think that the Director of Elections would disagree. I don't believe that this can be put on in a presidential primary election. I believe federal law comes into play to prohibit that. And accordingly, your time frame to get this before the voters looks like May and June. And I did hear that, and that's correct. And that's why other communities are doing it that way. So you don't have a lot of time. Again, I don't take any position on the policy with respect to the building of a building, a project, or what goes on in the finance office. Heaven only knows Mr. Zadelis is more than a competent finance director. But this council does not have a lot of time to give its approval to a number based upon a project and then get that permission get it to the General Assembly in a bond act to seek permission to put it on a ballot. So I would suggest to the council politely that you have got to action this and get a written bond act document to Legislative Council at the State House last week of December, first week of January at the latest. They need to draft it. We need to get the state delegation to support it, which will not, I'm sure, be difficult to get their signatures, but it is indeed a process. I hope that helps.
So, look, the need for repairing, rebuilding, rehabilitating the schools and the school grounds is not going to go away. And we all know that. The 74% reimbursement is I think it makes more sense for the long-term financial stability of the city to take on these projects now, because the need is not going to go away, but that money is. And so we would be paying more, both due to inflation and lack of reimbursement, to not do this now than it would be to continue to make bold investments in our schools in the present. So this is something that I think we should do. We should do now. I've already had conversations with the superintendent about getting the bond drafted, and I know that their bond counsel is looking into it. But this is something that we need to move expeditiously on to ensure that we can get this on the ballot next year. Thank you. Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. Based on what the solicitor just said, so if we know, regardless of the cost, what we are looking for, I think we should just move forward. We don't need to wait for the number, because we think this is the best decision if we want to take advantage of the 74%. So why would wait for a number? It's like if the number is high, we're gonna back down? I don't think so. So I think the best for now, because as our council, Donegan said, the needs are there, and there is a possibility to take advantage for, with the 74% state reimbursement. So I don't think we need to wait for the number to just move forward with the bond act. That's my position.
Director.
Just caution, the counselor, I respectfully disagree with, just picking a number. Again, as I will reiterate what I said before, it's got to be based on our ability to repay. And so, the timeline outlined by Mr. Carreno and then subsequently reaffirmed by Attorney Angel does provide us sufficient time for an analysis. So I would hearken that we, wait and get the information before you so you can make an educated.
Doctor, do you have a number in mind to say, hey, or you have a cap? You said, if I am right there, we're not going forward. Do you have that?
Through the chair to the counselor, could you repeat the question?
Do you have a cap? It's like, okay, this is where I cannot go. This is my limit. So do you have that? So if you attend that number, you said, okay, we cannot go forward?
Through the chair to the counselor, the only cap that I am working under is the 3% cap on taxes, on what we can raise. So that's my limit on the debt service, not exceeding that. And then I will say we take into consideration other fixed costs because we are funding raises for our unions. So it's not, we're looking at this in a vacuum because we do have additional costs that are going to increase from year to year. Ms. Grano's analysis was exclusively on debt service. If that was the only thing that we pay, his analysis would make perfect sense. But we're also, annually funding additional contributions to the schools. We're talking about putting on additional people and contractual raises. We're talking about inflationary costs for utilities. So it's not a one size fits all.
So we have a deadline. Do you have a deadline right now for us to move forward? What would it be?
Counselor, the counselor has asked us to do this well before the next finance meeting. So I'm saying probably within the next couple of weeks, that analysis will be done.
So you have the number for us? You will have the number available for us?
You'll have the analysis that can be determined what would be recommended and what would be prudent to proceed with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Donegan. First, I want to apologize to Mario Carreno. I called you Cardania, I think. Forgive me for that. But I just want to say I am hopeful and appreciate Director Zadella saying that he's going to expedite this to get us the information ASAP. I like the idea that it's going to be 74%, so it's 10 million in essence with respect to the 40 million. I understand it's only a limited image, but the $36 million coming off on the books. You don't disagree with that, Director Zadelis, right? That fact anyway? I know there are other factors, but
Through the chair to the council, there are 2 tranches of bonds coming off the books in the next 4 years. So that I do agree with.
all right, this says 2 years, but maybe we'll look into that.
Through the chair, there's some in 05, and I believe the next one is 08 that we have a decrease in debt service.
Okay, so, and given the time, I rather err on the side of caution and move this forward, and I'll do whatever I need to do. And hopefully Councilman Donegan as Chair of Finance will as well to expedite it, because then will ultimately be up to the voters to determine whether or not they're going to want to approve this, not approve this. And as time goes on, we'll have more information. And even if they do, if something catastrophic were to happen, we don't have to borrow. We don't have to move forward, but to tie our hands and give up this opportunity, to me, just doesn't make sense. I much rather see us move the ball, get the bond referendum squared away from the council to the General Assembly in time, and have the voters decide, and then decide whether or not we can actually afford it at that time. Thanks.
So what you would be approving, like you just said, is bond authority. You have a certain number that you can borrow up to, not more than. But we have had times in the past, due to economic conditions, where there has been bonding authority and they just haven't sold the bonds. So we've experienced, and because of that, that's how we started Eden Park, from unused bond authority that we were able to take advantage of once the economy got better.
Thank you both for your time. At this time, thank you so much for your patience. And we are going to get to Mariano after this. Thank you for your patience as well, both of you. Have an update on grants received by the city. I'm sorry, this is an update from the City Council grant writer, who you are here to represent.
Yes, hi, good evening, thank you. My name is Linda Teal and I'm here. Sorry. Whoa. My name's Linda Teal and I'm here on behalf of Lisa Anjosia, who owns and operates Rosewood Consulting, and she is your grant writer. So far this year, Rosewood Consulting has secured $300,000 in funds for the Itchery Park. That will pay for ADA ramp access and some signage. $344,000 have been secured for the police department for vehicles for a K-9 unit, and $1.9 million has been secured or is in the process of being secured for phase 2 of Knightsville. The police department and the Knightsville funds are through congressional directed spending, and they will be part of the federal budget that will be passed this fall.
Right, Councilman Donegan stepped down for a minute. Do we have? Oh, to Attorney Angel, there are 3 Finance Committee members left in the room. Sounds like a riddle. May we proceed, or will we have a issue due to quorum?
Sorry, I was muted. You have a quorum issue and you have a quorum issue on votes as well.
We shall suspend and pause until we have the return of a council member, correct?
Makes sense.
Okay. All right. At this time, we'll take a little recess.
All right, the Finance Committee is back from our brief recess. Apologies. The floor is yours.
So if you have any additional questions, I'd be happy.
Council President.
Thank you, Ms. Teal. I just had a question, because I know there's been inquiry in terms of just, we appreciate very much the information, and there is a recreational grant through DEM that's also available. Is that correct? With it comes up in the spring?
Sorry, late this year or early next spring, there are small and large recreational grants. It is actually an opportunity to fund playgrounds.
All right, great. Right, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much for taking the time. We appreciate your patience this evening.
I have one question.
Councilwoman Jermaine. Just one moment, sorry.
So do you have any document you can share with us with those numbers?
Do I have any documents? Not with me, no, but those are the awards received. We have letters from Senator Reed's office, Congressman Magaziner's office, and the original award for the $30,000 for Eastwood Park painting around construction.
Or would it be possible you can share this with all of us, the document? Because you just said it's not, we can, for our record.
Council President.
Yep. Ms. Teal, in the past, Ms. Andoja has given us like a little chart or something. So maybe if she can supplement that and send it to the clerk with the funding that she's obtained, that would be helpful to distribute. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you again for your time and your patience. Sorry. Now we will have an update from Mr. Mark Mariano of Weston and Sampson on the Budlong Pool plans. The last Monday, we were well, I'll go back. The reason why I had asked for your presence was, which is appreciated, was to get more formal understanding on the financing of what exactly we can get for the $4.75 million available. We were forwarded an email last Monday with some information. We received another email today with a cost breakdown of that. And so that's what we are here to discuss. We are here to discuss the finance of the Budlong pool. And that's it. So what we are receiving is that what we can get for 4.75 million, according to your studies and work, is a 8,000 square foot pool.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Mark Mariano, team leader with Weston and Sampson Engineers. Mark Mariano. Yep.
First of all, I appreciate the presentation that was given last month and your willingness to be here this evening. Thank you to both of you. I know it's a late night and tonight just a lot of stuff on the agenda.
That's all right.
So last month we were told 7,000 square foot pool for $3 million. And we, for $1.5 million more, kind of taking away and make it, if we were to, let me start with this, the pool, this 8,000 square foot pool, is that going to be, for lack of a better term, oddly shaped, or is that strictly a rectangular pool?
So the analysis that we did when we talked about last month, the 7,000 square foot pool for 3 to 3.5, that didn't include, as you kind of go through, if you have the breakdown, all your contingencies, the building and all that. So that kind of got baked in to what it was. So we were just shy, we're at 4.2. Once you have all the contingencies, and when you're at this level of project, you need to carry a certain amount of contingency because you don't know the unexpected that you're going to find as you kind of keep going through the conditions. So there's about $400,000 that's carried in that budget for contingency. Contingency, obviously, if you never use it, then you're down, but you don't want to go into a project without contingency, obviously. So when doing that math, we came out that 8,000 is the maximum amount you can get for the 4.5. That's reevaluated. If the budget grows to whatever the, we can do that. That 8,000 is considering taking that same shape pool that was shown and growing that same size. So going back to what we heard in public commentary that night, would like to see more lap lanes, would like to see more center of the pool growing for teen activities. That's where we would grow square footage in those two areas.
Would there be any, if we were to just have a rectangular pool in the shape that it is now, obviously, the size of it reduced.
Yep.
Would there be opportunity within the 4.7 to then have a larger square footage? If it were not, if there were not kind of islands in the middle and whatnot.
So when you kind of picture the pool, obviously, if we have a box, right, and we put a couple partition walls in it, we're just looking at those partition walls as the difference between the two. You take that rectangle, it's a trade-off. So now you're going to have more water volume that you have to filter in a larger filtration system. You're still going to have the same amount of concrete on the floor. You're still going to have the same amount, close to the same amount of perimeter. You probably have, I was doing the math earlier, about 100 to 150 foot less perimeter, give or take, depending on how we shape this pool. And so the difference in cost is about $50,000 when you really boil that down between a rectangle or the shape that you've seen, because of the trade-off. You add more water, you still have the same amount of square footage that you need to place in the floor. You still have that same amount of water surface that you got to skim. You still have the same amount of water surface you got to filter and pass through. So the only difference that you're changing is the stainless steel gutter that's occupying that space. But then when you create that rectangle, a lot of program is designed around being able to have that wall surface. When you're having swim lessons, kids can hold on to that wall and you can have different groups going at once. If you elongate them along the long wall, it's different. But I'm kind of going to more program, not finance and stuff. Let's switch back.
It might have been sent last week. If the city wanted to explore bringing the square footage up to 10,000, 11,000, 12,000.
Yep.
Is there a rough estimate on how much that would?
We did the evaluation for 11,000 and that came in at, was it 6.5? 6.5. We evaluated it as just a rectangle, 11,000 at just a rectangle, and that came in at 6.5.
$6.5. Is that including, that's contingency, pool house, everything?
Yeah, there's yep, Mark Sakosho, Sakosho Associates Architects. So everything gets proportionally bigger with the bigger pool. So there's more work in the pool house, more work in the pool. So yes, the 6.5 million with everything in.
Would the city be eligible for any sort of, based on your knowledge, any sort of like variance for work in the pool house? Due to the historic nature or?
No, it's, the building has been vacated. We have already met with the building inspector, and we're doing minimal amount of work in the building. So we're trying not to spend any more money than we have to in the building and invest as much money in the pool as we can. So there's no ADA accessibility in the building now. So everything we're doing is really directly related to the function of the pool. There's no additional bells and whistles, let's say. But that's why we met with the inspector a while ago, just to try to minimize the amount of work that we had to do. We're not touching the upstairs at all.
And just for my own peace of mind on making sure that I'm reading the cost breakdown, the splash pad, the 656,000, that is in addition to the 4.6.
That would be correct.
Okay. So the 4.6 is with all the contingencies in place. You know, if we wanted to boost that up all the way to the 4.75, is there any more square footage we can get?
There's a little bit, yeah.
150.
Yeah, it would probably get added to the center of the pool. You know, when you add like half a lap lane, it's not going to really provide value in that case. So the way I did see it, it would add another lane and it would add about 7 to 8 feet in that center section. Obviously, more money, more space.
Committee. Again, everyone on the committee is going to have an opportunity to speak on this item. And then we're going to move on. And sorry, everyone that's present will have I didn't mean to, obviously, Councilwoman, you get to speak as well. Committee, I didn't mean committee, I meant council. Councilman Campopiano.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you just clarify the reason behind the rectangle pool and a shape pool? Why one has an advantage over the other one?
So you're looking for financial or programmatic? So as we kind of discussed before, there is about a $50,000 difference to have the shape pool that we've additional shape pool that we saw today, or what you've seen in the past. Programmatically, it checks a lot more boxes that meet modern aquatic programming, such as just to kind of elaborate, you know, you'll have more areas for and more capability to do lap swimming, not lap swimming, learn to swim programs. You'll have bowls that you can have kind of almost a private feel where you're inviting more families to congregate in the pools. You have that shallower water that allows more abilities to use and adapt the water. When you do have that large rectangle, you lose a lot of wall area. And if you ever go to like a swim school or something, see people training, a lot of that wall is used for staging and for practicing. The other features, you know, when you're when you're trying to run multiple groups in there, it's easy to have different sections, right? No one ever really uses the whole 75 feet unless you're doing a lap swing, and that's particular item that's done at a specific time of the day. So by creating that, you're able to then also, where what we had shown in our drawings, shade. You know, it's tough to provide shade over just a rectangular pool in that shape.
Thank you.
Are there no further questions? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions before, at the last meeting, there was question about the current pool. So I'm gonna ask question about the current condition of the pool right now.
Sure.
So
Councilman, we have to stick to the docket on the plans for the pool that they have.
so to, what is, the plan to have the pool is because we have to you discuss the condition of the pool, right? So I cannot ask question about what
No.
lead to this plan we have. I cannot ask this question.
Respectfully, you can, but at this immediate meeting, this is a finance committee meeting. We are here to discuss an update on the financing and as it says, an update from Mr. Mariano on the plans for the Budlong pool. It's on the existing plans that they put forward and the finances related to it. I cannot allow discussion on what has already been discussed. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't know if it's Attorney Angel or solicitor. I need to make sure that we're in compliance.
You're on mute.
Attorney Angel, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. My understanding is that we're here to discuss specific plans that are before the committee with respect to essentially the redevelopment or reconstruction of the Budlong pool. We're not here to discuss how we got here necessarily. We're here to discuss the plans that are before the finance committee this evening. That's what's on the agenda.
All right. So otherwise I have, because what led this, I still not believe it, what led to this. And I have doubt about it. So if I can ask this question, I have no more questions.
I would just, if I know at least through the email that we received last week from Councilwoman Renzulli, and I know Mr. Sakosio and I had played phone tag for about a week. If members of the committee or council wish to ask questions, they certainly, I think, can reach out independently on that matter, or schedule another committee meeting of their own to do so. Are there any other questions on Councilwoman Renzulli?
Thank you. I'll be quick. Thank you for being here tonight and for waiting. I don't know if I can ask this question or not, so someone stop me if I can't. The plans, can these plans go out to bid if we're so choose right now as is under, can the mayor put this out to bid for construction to begin if it's so, he's so inclined?
Technically, the project is on hold. We have not received authorization to proceed. And we continually to get delayed. You can do your process. I'm not picking on the process, but currently we are not approved to proceed. We've submitted a design and we're waiting for administration now to approve us to proceed. I think subject to all of your meetings that you're having now, we need direction to proceed, but it will go out to bid. We were trying to go out to bid in October, now it'll be more like November. Trying to get water in the pool for next summer, and we're losing
Fine.
precious time.
Okay, that was what I was asking, if it, when
We're
it
ready
would
to go.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, our whole design is based around the square footage of the pool and the shape of the pool, because everything is based upon that.
thank you.
Council President.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't, Mr. Mariano, I'm sorry, your name? Mark Sakosio. Just to make sure, we're clear, is that, this council has already appropriated the funds. We've already held the meetings. We've passed a resolution as a council in terms of what we would like to see with respect to the pool. It is out of the hands of the council in terms of initiating shovels in the ground and procuring your services. That is not up to the council, nor is it up to us for meetings. So if that has been conveyed to you, that was inaccurate. It is solely between you and the administration. I know, it's been a long process, but I just want to make sure that's clear to everyone. Thanks.
I spoke to the administration today. I think they wanted to get through possibly this, I don't want to speak for them, but possibly through this last hurdle, and then release us to proceed. I think that was my best guess. I don't want to speak for them, to be honest, but we're ready to go again as soon as you're all ready. And when it's all said and done, you're gonna have a beautiful pool. It's really gonna be nice. It really is. It's many cities and towns would are the envy of what you're gonna be building there, quite honestly. So. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Administration, any questions? Anyone? No? Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask administration something? Can I ask the administration something?
Yes.
Oh, it says, okay, so Mrs. Idell, I just want to get some clarification on what Council President Marino just said. So it is now in the hands of the mayor to, if he wants to build the pool, like it has been the whole time? Is that correct?
Through the chair, the mayor has an appropriation to build a pool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, also under communications this evening is remaining ARPA funds. Zadelis, it had been communicated to the council and or its committees over the past month or so, two very different numbers. One point it was about 4.4 million at one, and another it was 5.9. So just to confirm, how much is left in the unencumbered?
Through the chair, prior to the obligation of 600,000 for the APA, it is 5.9. I erroneously misstated the 4.1 million, and the cause of that was a mathematical error. In when I was trying to break out the usage by year and by project, and I actually transposed a number. So the $1.8 million difference was my regurgitation by project and by year. The number is 5.9 prior to the $600,000 allocation proposed by the mayor.
Thank you. All right, business matters carried over, school building construction done. Liability policy. Director, any update on that?
Mr. Chairman, no, there is not, and I would ask you to just carry that over for one more month, please.
Not a problem. Planning Department, any update on their posting of the position that begins in January?
Through the chair, they were focusing on the planning tech. And the plan was to sometime in November, late October, early November, post the new position for a January commencement.
Thank you. Council President. Oh, did you have a question on that or? No, okay. Yeah, well. Okay, we have, those were, all right, real estate tax abatements. Entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Tangible tax abatements, will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Tax interest waiver approvals, entertain a motion.
Second?
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Council President, you have an item under discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Donegan. The agenda item that I have is the current remaining funds available on grants received by the city versus the total amount of grant funds awarded and received by the city. It's also commonly known as, a drawdown of the grant funds. I emailed Director Zadelis, I think somewhere around September 25 in the administration. And then I did a follow-up email this weekend. I spoke to Director Zadelis this morning. I believe Director Zadelis just accidentally didn't see the first email, saw the second one, and you need some additional time to get this information. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair to the council president, yes.
I'll just continue that to next month. Thanks.
Seeing no other business before us this evening, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Ayes have it, we are adjourned.